interested in accessing the internet and you want to use the Wi-Fi, you'll want to pay attention to what I'm going to tell you. The username, when you go in and your device says pick a network, you pick the LRSD network. The username is LRSD guest. And the password for today on the guest Wi-Fi is Jeopardize, Geopardize.
Oh, J. Jeopardize.
J.
You said G.
Did I say G?
Yeah.
G, I'm sorry.
And it is case sensitive guest. The G needs to be capitalized for guest. That's what I have. Yeah. And then Jeopardize is all lowercase.
LRSD guest. Jeopardize. J.
It's Friday. It's all good. All the way back there. Yep, and I am mic'd and ready for Brandon already. So Brandon can hear us getting ready if they are listening.
Come on, Brandon.
Hi, Brandon. We're excited to have you here.
I wish we could see them.
Yes.
Do they have a camera?
I don't know how it's working for them. I'm imagining they are all in a room watching me as a little pin dot floating all around.
The speaker can move.
No. Says we're 9 at 5.
Okay. Before we begin, we acknowledge the land on which we gather is Treaty 1 territory and the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Anahuac Cree, and Dakota people, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. Welcome to our annual Eal Pd that is put on by the 6 school divisions in Winnipeg, along with Brandon's school division, who's here via satellite at the back, so we can do a little wave to Brandon. And Manitoba Education. My name is Tracy Gluska. I am the EAL rep for St. James School Division. I enjoy this PD every year because not only do we gain new knowledge on how we can best support our EAL learners, but I really like connecting with colleagues across the other divisions and from around the province. I kind of feel like it's a bit of a reunion here today. I've seen lots of people that I haven't seen in a while. A few housekeeping items. The main washrooms are right through the doors in this little room here. There are also 2 smaller accessible washrooms just on the way in, out that door. We will be having, lunch will be provided today around 12 o'clock. We'll be having 2 breaks as well. We'll have one in the morning somewhere around 10:15, whenever it works best for Katie. We have Melina on the side from Pearson Education, who is actually here with some of Katie's books, if you are interested in purchasing them, if you don't already have them. Coffee and tea is along the side here. We will be refilling them throughout the day. I know we've run out in the past of coffee. If you've been to Eal Pd here before, we will not be running out this year. We've made sure that we have lots of coffee. It's the first week back in January. It's Friday. We know we need coffee. If you haven't yet signed the sign-in sheet, Manitoba Education actually needs those signed sheets. So if you haven't signed it for your division yet on the way in, if you could do that sometime this morning before the break. If they're not, if you don't know where they are, you can find your EAL rep. It's myself for St. James. Slavo wants me to introduce him because he's having a good hair day. Riel doesn't have a sign-in. Riel doesn't have a sign-in. You got this, Tim? You don't? Okay. You might not need one. Actually. So Tim McKay, that from Riel School Division, Kala from Winnipeg School Division, Patricia Robley from Pembina Trails School Division.
Let's just talk for a minute about why you got to sign in and why Tim needs a sign-in sheet. Signing in for the school divisions means your subs get paid for. Signing in for the province means our food gets paid for. There's a lot of PDs you go to where they don't feed you.
Yes. Who am I missing? And Ken from River East Arizona. Perfect. Did I miss anyone? Really good at that too. Okay, it is my pleasure to introduce Katie Arnett. She is a professor of educational studies at St. Mary's College of Maryland, a small liberal arts university located about 2 hours south of Washington, D.C., where she also currently works as a faculty advisor in academic accessibility. At St. Mary's, Katie teaches courses at the undergraduate and graduate level focused on methods of instruction, inclusive practices, instructional technology, and how to support English learners within content classrooms. Katie is an author of Languages for All, How to Support and Challenge Students in a Second Language Classroom, and co-author with Renee Bergeron of Access for Success, Making Inclusion Work for Language Learners. In addition, both of those books are available on the side. In addition, she is the author and co-author of multiple practitioner-oriented scholarly articles focused on elements of inclusive practice within second language settings, with her work appearing in publications in Canada, US, and Switzerland. Katie has delivered over 100 professional workshops, conference presentations, and keynotes across Canada and the US. At this point, she's been to every province and territory except Nunavut. Katie earned both an MA and PhD in second language education from Boise and University of Toronto, and has taught in a variety of second language learning settings. While she was a Fulbright scholar at the University of New Brunswick, she worked with a group of late adolescent, early adult refugee newcomers learning English, and that experience contributed heavily to the content and access for success. On a more personal note, Katie and her spouse have 2 little boys, a 13-month-old and a 3.5-year-old. She's a massive fan of the classic VW Beetle, cute shoes, and home renovation projects. Welcome.
Thank you.
To our lovely cold weather.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Are we okay with the mics? Hearing me? I'm double mic'd, one for the stream, one for you here in the room. A couple of additional housekeeping items before we begin. Forgot to mention also my team at Baltimore Ravens, very excited about this weekend. Slightly nervous, but then not, if you've watched our season unfold. Also big Caps fan, so every now and then I will work in some general hockey references throughout the day to try to make it a little more spicy. For session delivery today, I am going to use an app called Nearpod. Do any of you have experience with Nearpod? Wow, 1 out of 170. Maybe somebody in Brandon too. This is purely your call whether you want to join me on the app or in the browser for it, but if you would like to have the presentation pushed to your personal device and interact with some of the questions and see the slides right there in front of you, you can open a browser, go to nearpod.com, Once you land there, you'll see a window to enter a code. So here, let me just open another tab. I'll show it to you. And the code is there on your tables. It's WKDOL. Nearpod.com. And right here at the top where it says enter code. You enter the code, you're going to be asked to enter a name. You can totally enter a fake name. My fake name up here is Albert Einstein, so don't take that one or I'll have 2 in class. I won't know which one to call on. But then once you're logged in, you're going to have the slides. I control the slides here on my iPad. You will see it project and change along the screen anyway. If you'd like to follow along, but you're welcome to have a personal copy of the slides right there in front of you. Here and there will be opportunities for folks to share answers through the presentation, because with 170 of you, it is and plus 30, you know, out there in the internet, you know, trying to have some level of interactivity is important to me, and this helps me facilitate that just a little bit. All right. So I'll give just a couple more minutes for folks to get situated with that. Again, nearpod.com, the window, and then the codes are at your tables. Also at your tables, there is a blue folder and a couple of fidget toys. Because, you know, you're going to have to sit. I am personally fine if you want to get up and pace. If you are a pacer, if the chair is uncomfortable, it does not bother me in the slightest. Feel free to get up, move around as you need to. But there are the fidget toys, the blue folders. I will refer you to the blue folders at different points throughout the presentation today to get materials to do some of the activities that we have planned. All right. So right now on the app, it's telling me about 85 people have logged in, which is pretty cool. I can keep track, sort of, who's there and who's not. It's not important that everybody's there, but you know, if one person at a table is logged in, that might help with some of our interactivities. All right. All right. So Tracy and I began talking about this presentation, I think, 18 months ago. And then I had to say, oh, sorry, I'm not going to be able to come in January of 2019 because I'll have a 1-month-old at that point in time. So thanks to the Metro EAL folks for hanging in there with me for an extra year so I could, you know, hang out with my tiny human right after he was born. And oh, it was so nice to not have to wake up in the middle of the night last night. Oh, it was glorious, glorious. Oh, don't tell my spouse I said that, though. All right, so I'm gonna jump in. If folks are still getting caught up, that's quite all right. I'm easing folks into a few things. Whoa, I know, isn't that nice? Just like. So broadly, these are the 5 steps we're going to work our way through today. We're going to have some explorations related to our English learners and their experiences. We're going to talk about what it means to establish reasonable goals for English learners in content classrooms. We're going to talk about ways to promote learner autonomy, because in the middle years, that's what it's all, I mean, they are all trying to promote their own autonomy, sometimes in ways we are not fond of. Other times in ways that we are okay with. But in the language classroom, we have lots of ways that we can promote their autonomy further. How to embed supports within lessons, and then a broader look at what does this all look like in a lesson? How can an arc of instruction unfold from start to finish to see a range of learner needs supported? Along the way, hopefully I'm going to introduce you to some new ideas or new resources, or maybe just tweak something that you already know and put it in a different light for the purpose of English learners. Because there are 170 plus 30 of you and 1 of me, it's hard to sometimes stop and ask and answer individual questions, but feel free to catch me on a break if there's something you want to ask me about. One-on-one, I'm happy to answer those questions. So let's get started by looking at our learners and their experiences. And in this step, we will explore elements of early L2, that's the shorthand for second language development. Now, I know all well that many of our students who are in your classes right now, English is like their third or fourth language. But when we still talk broadly in the world of language acquisition, we separate it into first language and second language. I'll throw reference to EAL in, and I mean anything acquired beyond your first language. And then the process of second language development. So, to start, a poll. So you can just respond for the table, it's fine, but just general discussion. How many EALs are in your school? Students who speak English as an additional language? Fewer than 20, between 20 and 100, or more than 100? Another 7 seconds, and I'll shut the poll. All right. Wow. That was like almost like silent drop-off. So here's what came back. For those of you who provided responses, about 18% didn't give me an answer, but that's okay. 44%, more than 100. 28%, 29% between 20 and 100, and 8% with fewer than 20. So significant jumps in your student population, I imagine, over the last 4 years, especially since with the Syrian newcomers, how many of you at your schools, that was really what pushed it, were the Syrian newcomers? Okay, others, has it been just a slow, steady, or has it always been at your school? Oh, at yours, okay. Next poll question. How many home or heritage languages are represented in your school? Fewer than 5, 5 to 15, 15 to 25, more than I can count. About another 10 seconds. All right. And here's what came out as a result. Equally split for those who provided answers between more than I can count and between 15 and 25. So lots and lots of linguistic diversity. Fewer than 5 for only just 3% of the folks who responded, and 5 to 15 about 23%. It is a very different experience at a school level to respond to English learners and their families if you are dealing with a range of languages versus just a core group of languages. Okay? So we have a little video to watch to set the stage for today. We're going to do something with sea turtles are going to be an ongoing theme. Now, I may break the internet with what I'm about to do next, but I always like to try to test limits. So I have the capacity with this app to push the video to everyone's individual device, and you can just play it on your device as opposed to being played on the screen. So that's what I'm going to do. So you should have the power to turn on and watch this little video at your screen. But I'm also going to play it on mine for those who aren't using a device. So it's going to be loud in here, and that's deliberate.
La tortuga marina. Las tortugas marinas son reptiles de sangre fría que pertenecen a la superfamilia Chelonioidea, de la cual solo sobreviven dos familias, la Chelonidae y la Dermochelonidae. En la primera encontramos 6 especies, entre las que está la tortuga verde, la tortuga caiguama, la tortuga lora, la tortuga olivácea, la tortuga carey y la tortuga plana. Por su parte, los dermoquélidos, es decir, los de la familia Dermochelonidae, están representados por una sola especie, la laúd. Más grande consiste, después de 3 especies de cocodrilo, una tortuga de 1.8 a 2.2 metros de longitud. Por lo tanto, son 7 las especies de tortugas marinas que habitan en los océanos de la Tierra, aunque existe una posible 8ª especie conocida como tortuga prieta, pero su estatus taxonómico está en discusión por los científicos. Entre las características anatómicas de las tortugas marinas está la de su potente mandíbula y su cuello formado por 8 vértebras, incapaz de retraerse dentro del caparazón como lo hacen las tortugas terrestres.
Okay, you can just stop your videos wherever they are. If you really want to learn about las tortugas, you can continue later. But I wanted to create a little bit of disruption and distraction very early on with a perhaps unfamiliar language for you in the room, just to give a small taste of what our level 1, level 2 EAL students are experiencing. Imagine them walking through the halls. You know, that was what it was like to be surrounded by la tortuga as we were just watching this video. And throughout different points today, I'm going to try to put you in the shoes of what is going on in the spirits and the minds of the students in the classroom, so that you can start to see the world from their lens and maybe come up with some other ways to apply strategies that you've already used in your teaching in different ways to reach these students, or to understand why certain strategies are needed at certain points to help these students make that progression in their language and in their content learning. So how many of you just kind of immediately zoned out when all of this started going on? Okay. How many of you picked up your phone and started texting someone? Yeah. Immediately disengaged, you know, you're like, I don't care. So you can see how quickly our defensive mechanisms can come into play if we're not seeing something that's relevant, if we're not feeling like that we can be a part of a community, if we're not feeling like we can access what's going on from a language standpoint. We lasted 2 minutes. And there are lots more minutes in the days that our students are navigating. And on top of that, some of them are navigating having moved to a brand new country that is wicked cold. All right. So I want to put in front of you some important numbers in our discussion about English learners and language learning in general. So we see an interesting equation here that 10,000 equals 3 when it comes to words. And on average, if a teacher were left to their own devices and just talk straight for an hour, that teacher would likely say close to 10,000 words. Wait, no, that's not right. Hold on. It's 180 words a minute. On average is what we say. So that can't be, 10,000 isn't quite right. 10,000 is a day. But for every 10,000 words that a student hears over the course of the day, they're going to get 3. Meaning that 3 will be what enters their vocabulary that they can recognize and use on their own. That's a pretty wide distribution that you have to overcome early on. And it's kind of like a snowball situation. You know, when that first snow falls and you're trying to get that snowball together, it sometimes takes a while to pack it in, and then you put it down on the ground and you start to roll it. And eventually you do reach a point where it starts to pick up a lot more snow than what you were expecting. Language is much the same way. It sometimes takes a lot to bundle things together and get going, and then over time the snowball will gather more momentum and words will catch quickly. This ratio will not sustain, but early on that is what you are looking at. For every 10,000 words thrown at the student, 3 words are going to be what is gained for them. On average, a child operating in their first language needs about 9 seconds to interpret, process, and develop a response to a question, orally, in writing. We often give them less because we are concerned about chaos reigning supreme from a classroom management standpoint. Second language, additional language learners are looking at a processing rate at least 4 times as long. And on average, a language learner will need between 30 to 35 exposures to a word in context, in relevant use, not just a random word thrown into a word list or a word bank, but in context, meaningful use for that word to be sucked up into their working vocabulary. So this is kind of hard to see even if it's on your own individual screen, but this is a screen grab from the What to Expect sort of document that is out here in Manitoba for EALs. You know, what your middle years EAL learner exiting step 1, stage 1 should be able to do, and what your EAL exiting stage 2 should be able to do. But it's still pretty basic in terms of their communication. And these expectations are, back to all of these numbers, requiring all of those exposures, all of that processing time, and all of those words. So at this point in time, one of the activities that's in your folder is a short quiz on the myths and realities of language learning. It should be on the left side of your folder. It should be the front stack of papers that are on the left side. I've tried to organize it in the order everything shows up. There are 8 copies of it in each folder, so you might need to share out, borrow from, because I think there's one table that doesn't have a folder. I didn't have enough for everyone, but you should be able to spread them out. And feel free to do this individually. Feel free to do it solo if you'd like. But I want to spend some time talking about what we tend to expect and what is true about language learning. This will not be marked. I'm not collecting it. So mark it up as you wish. And I will turn off the mic for a moment and circulate and eavesdrop. don't need it, but it helps. Well, I mean, like in the world of French immersion, there are some provinces that don't start until a certain point because they say explicitly we want them to have literacy in a first language. Is that actually backed by research? Well, I don't know. Well, just I will tell you, but it's not marked. It's not marked. Yeah, you know, but I know. What? I know. I left all my stickers at home. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Feel free to discuss them with your table mates. I'll share the answers in a moment, but I'd rather this provoke discussion.
I like your hat.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it just makes it easy to. That's why I love the app, because I'm a walker. I'm not a podium person, so I can control the whole presentation from this. Yeah. And then I have it also is a fidget toy because I can do this. Yeah.
Maybe that's their definition of strong. Right. Yeah.
Hi.
Welcome.
What
I'm not going to try to figure out if it's yes or no, but yeah, they don't need to have.
Yeah.
I have another copy if you want a clean one. And if the wording of some of the questions mixed with yes, no is throwing you off, replace yes, no with true, false. That'll make it easier for some of the semantic questions. It's cold. It's hot and now it is cold.
Yeah, someone complained it's hot.
Gosh, it's like Goldilocks showed up and she's just like, But I always feel like I'm the sensitive Southerner who's like, oh, it's reassuring if the Winnipeggers are saying it's cold. Thank you. Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, once they told me that folks were live streaming, I'm like, oh, we're definitely going to use Nearpod. Yeah. Well, and it's just a great accessibility tool because, I mean, and that way the students are, now if there is an app, and if you use the app and the students log in to do the lesson, on my screen as the teacher, it tells me who dips out. So I know who is off doing other things on their phone. If they're using it in the browser, you can't tell that. But if they're using the app, you totally know who is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. You don't tell the students. They'll eventually figure it out. But, you know, it's very helpful. Yeah. Okay. I know not everyone made their way through the full quiz. I know some groups made it all the way through and they're ready to discuss. I know some tables did not mark up their sheet because they're like, I want to take this back. Or you were waiting because you want to mark it only with the correct answers because you do not like scratching out mistakes. Sound familiar? Mm-hmm. Yes. Wow. All right, so the answers are on the screen. The explanations, if you're interested, are in Access for Success. And I give the page numbers there. I know some of you do have the book. If you're terribly interested, don't have the book. I'll work something out. I'll tell you the answer. I'll let you look at a copy. So to read aloud. 1 is B, 2 is A, 3 is B, 4 is B, 5 is B, 6 is A, 7 is B, 8 is A, 9 is A, 10 is A, 11 is B, 12 is B. All right. If there are any that you're interested in passionately discussing with me, feel free to, we can catch up on a break. But one of the things I've often learned in working with teachers who work with language learners is that what they think they thought they knew about language acquisition and language development isn't as accurate as it needs to be for working with this student population. So at this moment, what I would like you to do with your this can be individual first, this can be at the table, but I would like you to just reflect on some of the things that I've already shared with you. Throughout the session, I have these think, talk, and consolidate moments where I want you to stop and think about what we've just looked at, bring it together, and perhaps think of some implications for your own experiences. So that is at this point in time, and I'll shut up for another couple of minutes. research group on the cross-linguistic is still really small, and just now, it's starting to call it into question. Like it's exploding, but it's still small. So, but yeah. Yeah, but she left the college.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Before she and her wife split.
Yeah. Oh, what a small world. I mean,
heard the name of the college and I went, oh no.
No, that is totally weird. Yeah, no.
Because there's like 50.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely. All right. Oh. Hi again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. So I switched screens. You've done some consolidating. I got the energy going in the room, and now I interrupted you. But what I'd like you to do is actually take a moment and, on at least one of the screens, enter in something that stood out to you. What is something that you think you're going to be carrying with you out of today into your classroom because it made an impression on you? So take a moment. This is just a general open-ended question. You can just write 1 word, 2 words. It doesn't need to be a long, lengthy response. But I'll share out some of the examples once folks have a chance to contribute, and then we'll call it a day on this part of the exploration and go into the next step.
Yes. Oh, I am. I see.
About another 30 seconds. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the things that stood out and just talk briefly about a few of them. The processing time. Something that stood out and something somebody will remember. I will say from a lot of research that has happened in classroom settings with language learners, the number one thing we can do to support students is actually give them more time to process than what we do. We think we're giving them a lot of time because to us we are processing the language as a highly competent speaker of the language, but often we are moving our instruction along too quickly for some of the students to be following what's going on, or we aren't giving them enough time to formulate. I mean, let's feel 9 seconds right now. And there. How many of you are starting to get a little antsy? How many know that your class would be out of control by that point in time? And so that's the 9 seconds we're supposed to be giving students when they're operating in their first language. Multiply that by 4. I won't make you sit through that right now, because I think everybody would just get up and leave because they just couldn't handle it. But we are often cutting students off at the pass. So think about where in your instruction you can delay getting answers from students or making sure that they have time to take in the information, work with it a bit. I mean, think about what I've already done so far in this session to create space for conversation, processing, output. That it does have some time boundaries around it, but it's also, we're not doing this and then doing this and then doing this. There's places for people to process at different rates. There were lots of comments about question 12 on the Myths and Realities quiz with struggle. So I know the research states that for students who struggle in L1 that there isn't a barrier in learning a new language, but I've experienced kids who really struggle with learning another language, such as students with reading disabilities or students who have low IQ. And then somebody else was asking to define struggle. Struggle is definitely, we're using that term broadly. There are students in any learning experience that have an easier time learning something versus a harder time of learning something. Personally, I was not somebody who had difficulty with language learning or math, but put me in any sort of physical task. I drove all of my PE teachers batty because I could never tell my left from my right, and I could never figure out which direction I needed to move at a particular point in time to execute anything. I struggled, I had difficulty with it. So let's put struggle as difficulty, whether that difficulty comes in from a cognitive difference, a physical difference, or it is just, because of motivational differences. Some people aren't just interested, so they're not necessarily going to try in the same way. But I brought this quote up because I want to give a caution, because this is one of the things where we have challenges as teachers. Research on research has shown consistently that we only respect research that confirms worldviews we already have. So if it is already our belief that X should happen or Y should happen, or X is true in a classroom or Y is true in a classroom, we are only going to be open to accepting the research that confirms those perspectives. We are going to challenge and question research that counters those viewpoints. And of course, there is research to often show X or Y, and you can pretty much argue any case with any lens of research. But when it came to this Myth and Realities quiz, we put together a lot of different research on second language development and acquisition, and in the book we have tables with all of the references that show the studies that were doing this. It just wasn't one study that was showing X, it was multiple studies. So if you're seeing something that is confronting or counteracting an experience or something that you thought you understood, please be open to questioning it a bit, because a lot of the things we thought we knew about language instruction were informed by our own experiences as learners, not necessarily as teachers in the circumstance. So just keep that in mind. And the other piece about the students who have low IQ or reading disability, I will say broadly, what we know from research that has actually come out of Montreal by and large because of the large bilingual population, they have not determined any sort of cognitive locus that keeps somebody from being a multilingual individual. There's different lenses of capacity, levels of capacity in any language. But you can have an individual with Down syndrome with a lower IQ, and that individual can be multilingual. So that is something that has been consistently shown through experience and research. So that's another lens to drop onto this. All right. Let's see. So let's move into our next step of the inquiry, which is about establishing reasonable goals for our learners. Now that we sort of have a sense of some of the things that are true, not true, what are some of the challenges that they are having, we need to have reasonable goals for what goes on in the classroom. Because half of the time, it might not be that we have the student has failed to meet the bar, it's that we've put the wrong bar in front of them. So we're going to look at how languages often emerge for second language, third language, additional language learners. We're going to look at the links between teacher questions and student production skills, that point I just made about the bars and how we sometimes don't line them up. And then we're going to look at language and content objectives as a way to support English learners in the content classroom. So this quote normally gets attributed to Albert Einstein, but it's really not him who said it. Everyone is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. And I bring this quote now out at this point in time because often with our English learners, we are comparing them to native English speakers and saying who is making progress, who is not making progress, based on maybe a previous English learner that we taught who was also from this same country, had similar language background, similar family structure, or maybe even be a sibling. But one of the things that is true about second language learning that is different from first language learning is that it is more individualized than what you may realize. So sort of get at that. What I would like you to do at your tables right now is tell a story to each other. It can be something about what you're going to do this weekend. It can be something what you did this last weekend. It can be something that happened at school yesterday. But right now at your table, you're going to have a conversation. The one rule is that you cannot use the letter E anywhere in this conversation. It cannot be in the word at any point. So any word that ends in ED is out the window, for example. So talk amongst yourselves. Have fun.
Wow.
I'm just walking.
Totally ditched you up there.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine. I'm used to it. It's all good. I'm just walking around because
Okay, perfect. Very engaged. That's awesome.
Well, thanks. You got lots of things going on.
Yeah.
So,
And then just give me the little, like how long till break do you think?
yeah, well, I mean, we have 15 minutes from what I said. I think I'm going to be able to get like partway through this and then. Yeah.
Sounds good. Just give me
Okay.
and I'll
Okay.
direct them what to do.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. That this story needed to be told in English or exclusively in English. So if you are multilingual and can substitute one word from another language that does not contain the letter E, you're more than capable of being multilingual right now. What were some of the things you noticed, how you felt emotionally? What were some of the things your brain went through? What were some of the strategies you tried in order to tell your story? Shout them out. Use your teacher voices.
It's fun.
It was fun. There has to be one in the group. Broken. Slow.
We try to mix up the sign language. We use our hand gesture.
Okay, so used other language tools to try to convey meaning?
Just kept it very basic.
Kept it basic? How many of you broke some grammar rules? Yeah. How many of you maybe brought in another language? Did anybody write down what they wanted to say before they said it? Did anybody draw pictures? No? Okay. Well, but you can already see how in little ways we were trying to find roads around. I mean, humans are compelled to communicate. But what I put in front of you was a shift in your brain. When you reach the point of being a quote-unquote fluent, proficient speaker of a language, it is often equated with being able to open your mouth and spit out words pretty much in a logical order without giving a lot of deliberate thought to what is coming out of your mouth. That is what we call an associative task. It is on the same level as walking and breathing. Our brains are doing it without cognitively attending to what is happening. But when you are a language learner, when you are level 1, when you are level 2, heck, we have some students, let's be honest, who really should be called level 0 for where they are entering. Even level 3, level 4, all of these students are still doing what you had to do to produce language. They're having to engage with language cognitively to produce it. They have to stop. They have to think about the word choice, the forms, the structures. All of that has to come in, and you saw what effort that took to talk about something social. Imagine if I made you talk about sea turtles. So again, back to that earlier point of making sure students have processing time. What are some resources that could have helped with this task of just talking about what you did over the weekend without using the letter E? Word wall? Pictures? Sentence starters? So again, things that are helping support the language production to make the content easier to tend to. If the student is having to spend so much energy focusing on the language piece, the content is not going to be focused on as heavily. So where you can support them, it's going to need to be at the language level. Albert Einstein keeps falling asleep at the wheel over here. So as you see on the screen now, there are, what I was trying to simulate with this activity was what language production requires. And there are two elements: attending to form, what to say, and then, what to say is the function, and then how to say it is the form. Oh, jeopardize, right? That's my password, right? All right. And generally, when producing language on their own, when students are going through that process of becoming autonomous, independent users of language who can produce language at this associative level, this is the arc that tends to emerge. For a while, silence and nonverbal communication happens, and it is entirely normal. Students could be quiet for a year, truly, and they'd be in the realm of what is quote-unquote normal. But hold on, newsflash, there is no normal when it comes to second language development, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. We go from silence to 1 to 2 word responses that are usually high frequency, then to short phrases, short sentences, and complex sentences with multiple clauses. Now, some students go through this arc faster than others. Sometimes it's because of home reinforcement of the language. Sometimes it's personal motivation. Sometimes it is a mix of factors. But broadly, this is the arc that will emerge. It can take students who are maintaining their heritage language 10 years to really get to the point of achieving the last stage. Because if they're constantly code switching, it is going to take more time. It is akin to trying to run up a hill with a boulder attached to you, or one of those wind parachutes. It's going to pull you. You're going to have to exert a lot more energy. But then once you get to the top of the hill, you're going to have a whole lot more momentum to push you down that hill. It's not something that should be discouraged, but it is something that explains why it's longer for some of these kids who are maintaining multiple languages to take more time. But then some kids who are maintaining multiple languages are super fast out of the gate. And we especially see that if the EAL students also then pop into French immersion programs. So there's layers to that too. So, as I said earlier, one of the challenges we have is that we sometimes don't set the right bar for our learners. And what I want to do with this next activity is help you start to think about the bar a little bit differently. Yeah, hold on, okay. Yes, this is a better time to break. I'm going to stop now because if we go into this, then you're going to get antsy. This should be break time. So I'm going to turn it over to Tracy, who has some logistical issues because they're snacks. Let's be honest, that's what this is called. This really is snack time, not break time. Yeah, it is super cold here in the front of the room. Thank you. Yes, but Tracy's going to talk. I'll shut off this mic to not create feedback.
Oh, I didn't turn this one off.
There you go. Oh, well, there we go.
We are going to take about a 15-20-minute break. There are snacks in the room right across from us. Coffee is up here. Patricia and Hella have organized the staff room very carefully, so follow the
Good to go now? There we go. Thank you. There we go. Our live streaming friends. So many microphones to keep track of. All right. First, we're an apple and an orange. How many of you have children of your own? Multiple children. Okay. So how many of you did those visits to the pediatrician where they would talk about how they were progressing and give you percentiles and talk about, you want to know the progression of speech and all of that? When you're operating in the world of first language development, you can do comparisons from one child to the next to determine who might have a speech delay, who might have a language delay, and who might not. In the world of second language, third language, additional language acquisition, there is no normal. Truly, there is no normal. There is no statistical norm that can happen. Because one of the things that has been consistently shown in the research is that second language, third language, additional language development is very individual. What works for one learner may not work for another learner. There are more factors that influence how a second language develops for a child than in a first language situation. So really then, and this was my second image, it is an apple and a pickup truck when it comes to comparing language learners in a second and additional language circumstance. So just when you think you're like, well, this student, when I was teaching them and they were having this trouble with English and I did this and they responded just fine, so this kid is not responding to this strategy, something must be wrong with them. That's not the narrative to use. The narrative is, oh, well, okay, it didn't work for this kid, it worked for this kid, that's okay, so what do I need to try this time? Because it is a highly individualized process. And one of the areas where we need to be paying attention to this individualization is this idea of input and output. Sometimes our students are not giving us good output, are not giving us the answers we're seeking, is because we've put a bad question in front of them. We have put a question in front of them that is beyond where they are at linguistically in terms of following what's to be expected in the language. So with that in mind, go to your blue folders and look for the green envelope. No, yellow envelope. No. It says, what do you need to say? I can't remember what color it is right now. Yellow, thank you. Thank you. Because yes, that color is also used for a French version of the activity. It throws me off. So the activity is called, what do you need to say? The directions are on the front of the envelope, so read them aloud at your table, follow the directions. I'll circulate, eavesdrop, do some surveillance, and then I'll throw up and discuss answers.
Okay. But like ongoing.
It was my time. Yeah, it was my timer telling me the break was over. Thank you.
Why should I kill your battery?
We're going to assert then with any organized questions
I'm predicting my mother bear. Okay. Show me three pictures of turtles, okay? Main idea should be right there.
Yes. Yeah. So it's sort of the main complexity in each color, right?
Yes. Yep.
But do they know the main idea of the audio? No. That's a hard one.
Making sure that you got your answers right. Are you gonna send it out on Insta? Is that what this is?
Feeling that you're not going to make the mistakes, but in my experience, I feel that asking questions would be easier than summarizing something. Because you can easily have 4 questions about something.
Oh yeah. There you go.
I know that. You have to have knowledge of another.
Oh, sorry, you're good. You're good.
Why don't we ask? Don't leave in yet.
So let's take a look at our questions. Now, for those of you who have Access for Success already as a personal copy, this is explained, and there are other models given across pages 180 to 183. If you're in the English version of the book, I didn't see any French versions. If you're in the French versions, it should be 182 to 186. But this is all about what we call, or I call, differentiation by linguistic complexity, which is something that is a real thing for second language learners. So let's look at our first questions. Let's start with point to the turtle. This cluster of questions, all 5 of them, are recall questions. They're remembering questions. They are the first level of Bloom's taxonomy. Point to the turtle. Yes or no? Is this a turtle? Where is the turtle? Explain how a turtle is different from a fish. What did you learn about turtles from the article? So these questions, these 5 questions, I'm going to back up, line up with this arc. Silence, high frequency, short phrases, short sentences, extended complex answers. So you really need to be paying attention to what is your student producing to be able to know what questions you need to put in front of them. So that's how you ask them about turtles across that arc of proficiency. So those are recall questions. Our next cluster of questions, come on, come a little, there we go, are applying questions, Bloom 3. Are there sea turtles in our area? Do you prefer hot or cold weather? Why? What was a new idea you learned from this article? What is your opinion of the ideas shared in the article? How can you relate information from this article to your life? And then finally, I know people were getting, let me guess, the last 2 questions. What is the main idea of the article versus write 4 questions? Now we can split hairs, and folks can make an impassioned argument for why writing a summary might be more complex than writing questions. Of course, it depends on what are in the questions. But generally, questions are more challenging to take from narrative into then interrogative statements. So this is the arc for creating. This is what synthesis looks like from nonverbal to highly verbal. So let's look at this for a minute. Cognitive engagement, aka the level of Bloom's taxonomy, looks different depending on your proficiency in a language. Think back to that storytelling activity. Were you cognitively engaged trying to tell that story without the letter E? Some of you would go like, I've given up. But some of you were like, my gears are turning. That was a much more demanding act of synthesis and production for you as a second language learner than it would have been for somebody operating in their first language. So think about that example. So let's take a look at this question. Show me 3 pictures of turtles. Putting that question in front of a native speaker, that is a remembering question because of the ease of processing. But when you're working with the second language learner, additional language learner, that very same question shoots all the way up to the top of Bloom's taxonomy. It becomes a creating question because that learner needs to identify that over multiple instances. It's because remember, synthesis is about putting together many parts into a whole. And when you are that early language learner, remember what happened when I put on the sea turtle video and we had it all coming from different directions and it was that avalanche coming at you. To grab something 3 times is a much more demanding act for you as a second language learner than it would have been as a first language speaker. Often when we're looking at questions that we are putting in front of our learners, we sometimes think, well, that's an easy question. We think that this language learner should have an easy time finding 3 pictures of turtles, not recognizing really what we have put in front of them is not a recall question at all, but a creating question. So sometimes we are underselling what it is we have put in front of a student, or other times we have overshot what they can do. So really think about that arc of production that tends to emerge for language speakers, and then think about how your questions can line up with that. And again, if you have the book in Access for Success, 180, 184, we go into a whole big explanation. We have full tables that take those levels of language production, juxtapose them against Bloom's taxonomy to show how questions look for both informative and narrative texts, and how you ask them in different ways to make sure that you get at the right issues. Now, how many of you are familiar with Jim Cummins' work on BICS and CALP? Yeah, everybody's like, BICS and CALP. Okay, so BICS stands for Basic Interpersonal Communication Skills. Yeah. And CALP stands for Cognitive Academic Language Proficiency. They are part of work that Jim Cummins did starting in the 1970s, looking at how language proficiency emerges and works for students in second language settings. But broadly, BICS look at it as social concrete language. Conversational language, the ability to talk about the weather, the hockey game, what you did over the weekend, what you like, dislike. It can be some basic things about how to navigate in school, but not anything terribly complex. BICS language develops usually over the course of 1 to 2 years, early on. It sometimes takes longer if you're a more shy personality, because kids who are shy aren't going to talk as much necessarily. Cognitive academic language, that academic abstract language, is the capacity to use words to talk about other words. The ability to talk about concepts that are happening in your class, particularly say if you're teaching social studies, where it's a lot of words to talk about a lot of other words. That takes 5 to 7 years to develop. The reason I'm bringing this to your attention as a donut is between after the students develop BICS, but before the CALP takes hold, this is where a lot of our ELs are encountering difficulty. Now I know a lot of the focus today is supposed to be on our level 1 and level 2 EAL students, but your level 3, 4, 5, your kids who have just gotten out of the leveling system. These are the ones who are going to hit a lot of difficulty in school, because a lot of folks are going to say, well, wait a minute, you seem to be following what's going on in class, but then your assignments are all over the map. And then there starts to be a question, well, wait a minute, do you think this kid has a learning disability? Because that's the marker we use in L1. If a kid is following along what's going on in class, then all of a sudden they hand in written work that makes no sense. We're like, oh my gosh, there's a learning disability here that we've missed. How did we miss this? They're just being normal quote unquote second language users. Because what they're turning in is CALP language, but often what is happening in the classroom to do that is BICS. They can keep up with the BICS. They're having a hard time getting to the CALP. And so that's where we tend to lose a lot of students or misjudge the supports we need to give them, because we are looking at it through the same lens we use when it's a kid in their first language. So, any questions, comments? Okay. So now what I want to focus on is something you can do in your classroom to help fill in this donut hole, basically make a Timbit. How can you make a Timbit for your class? How can you provide support? And this will work even for your level 1 and level 2 students. It's called attending to both content and language objectives. Now, there we go. Okay, so you need to go into the folders. I took all the slides out related to this. So behind where there were the myths and realities quizzes, there's a two-sided handout called content and language objectives. And you're gonna spend some time working on this sheet.
What are we looking for?
Language objective, it's on the right, it's on the left-hand side. The language objective in the content classroom. That's the name of the handout. The language objective in the content classroom. Yeah, yeah. The language objective in the content classroom. Yeah, it's the one that has the big tables on it.
There might be extra copies on the next table because they don't have 8. Oh, we can show. You did, don't worry. Good.
So in the late 1990s, early 2000s, there was a series of studies that were undertaken in New England and in California, where there had been large English learner populations, because there were growing concerns about how English learners were not making progress in their content areas. So what they were trying to, because in the US there is a massive shortage of ESOL teachers, and many times English learners are placed in what are dubbed sink or swim settings. They are not given a lot of supports. They are in content classrooms with very limited EAL instructional support. So content teachers being asked more and more to provide support to English learners. So they wanted to look at what are some strategies and techniques that could make an instructional difference from their language and content. So this study spanned 2 coasts. It was mostly looking at actually the social studies content area, and it led to the development of what is called the SIOP protocol, Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol. It's a little bit of, it's an odd name. There are lots of odd names in this research world, I'll just say that. And the researchers were Janet Echevarria, Mary Ellen Vogt, and Deborah Short. And one of the things that they put out was that classrooms that had a content objective that said, here's the content concept we are going to be tackling, and then here is, along with it, a language objective that specifies, here's the language we need to tend to support your acquisition and mastery of this particular content objective, were much more successful classrooms for the English learners. They made more progress linguistically and in content. So what we're going to do on this sheet is kind of walk through what they did. On the front of the sheet, you see here with the table, there are 6 types of language objectives. What the objective conveys, and then I give an example of what that could look like in the classroom. So we have key content vocabulary, the language functions, the language skills, grammar and language structures, lesson tasks, and language learning strategies. And again, I bring back our sea turtle. We're going to see a lot of Las Tortugas as we progress further in the day. But here are the objectives, there are the examples. On the back is a matching exercise. I have some content objectives, I have some language objectives. I have gone, I think, relatively easy on you. But I'd like you to match the content with the language objective, and then with your table, identify what type of language objective is exemplified. And it might actually be 2. within one example. So take a moment, or it might not be. I'm just, I got to keep you on your toes. It's a Friday after all, right? Yeah. And you've had carbs. Yeah. All right, so do some matching. It's like menopause. It's being induced on the whole.
Back here.
Okay. Example of.
I'm well, thanks. How are you today?
Thank you.
Yeah. So have you done the PSYOP training? Is that what I heard?
I don't. Yeah, I've read the books. Yes, I have it.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm with Tracy and all with your.
Yes, I saw with the introductions.
Yeah,
Yes. Well, thanks for having me. Oh, excuse me. No, you're fine.
Basically because they pick up.
date back. That was kind of weird.
We'll take this up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Accurately identify the elements of a short story, and provide appropriate evidence to support the labels. So then plot, protagonists will use specific terminology and the words to justify the equivalence. Yeah. And then directly sequence the events of the short story. You don't tell me anymore, we can do it from here. We'll take it from here.
I'm impressed with your autonomy. Yeah, there are a couple of different directions that one could go. Yeah, they are broad categories, and the way that they've been defined and applied, even by the creators, you can debate all of them.
Well, and provincially we have the 4 domains.
Right.
Kind of connected.
Absolutely.
So whatever.
Yeah. Yes. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Right. Yeah.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you. I know it was a lot of flipping and flopping, and I don't have the answers on a slide, so this is something we're going to process orally. Just again, as an experience that our English learners have to go through. Think of all the information that we are putting in front of them, sometimes without other supports. So students will be able to accurately differentiate between vertebrates and non-vertebrates when presented with pictures from creatures from both groups. What is our corresponding language objective? Discuss the differences between the two populations with a partner. Yes. So that is the corresponding language objective. That language objective, depending on how you want to split the hair, is exemplifying language learning strategies, because of discussion in and of itself as a strategy to help learn. But it's also, it could be argued to be a language skills objective. Students will be able to construct a timeline that correctly lists the main events of an historical era. Corresponds with? Students will be able to listen to the timeline presented by their classmates and take notes about what they say. That is language skills. It could be argued to be lesson task because of taking notes as part of that. Next, we have students will be able to accurately identify the elements of the short story, The Gift of the Magi, and provide appropriate evidence to support the labels. And that corresponds with specific terminology, including plot, protagonist, and resolution when describing the story, and that is a key content vocabulary objective. Then we have our identify the equivalences between decimals and fractions by matching the decimals with their corresponding fractions in a partner activity. And they are justifying the equivalence. You could argue that as a language function. You could argue that as language skill. It all depends on how you want to interpret justify and what that really looks like in practice. So finally, that means correctly sequencing the events of the short story, The Gift of the Magi, corresponds to writing a new version of the short story by resequencing the story's events. Because we're dealing with structure that dips into grammar and language structures, you can also argue that this is a language skills objective. So in the project I worked on with the late adolescent refugee newcomers in New Brunswick several years ago now, attending to language objectives, and I heard a couple of comments how this lines up with the domains that are here in Manitoba, and that is certainly quite true. But making sure that you are articulating for your lesson what language do the students need to have or do to support the concept made a huge difference instructionally for the students and for the teacher. The teacher I worked with for this project, we tried lots of different ways. He just made an objective sheet for the week, and for each day figured out what he wanted to focus on content-wise and then language-wise. And that was the extent of his planning. After he did that, he knew what activities he wanted to do to support that, and he shared what those expectations were with the students at the start of class. And a lot of the students, when I was doing the research with them, I talked to them about, well, what did you think when Mr. C made these changes? How did that impact you in class? And several students remarked how it improved their motivation, because they had a better sense now actually what was being asked of them in class. Because the content was often dealing with the concept, but the language objective was often giving them the what they needed to do piece to really understand how everything had to work together. So you've done some preliminary matching and exploring. There is another sheet that's also called the language objective in the content classroom, where you need to practice writing some language objectives. So that's also in the blue folder. I give some sample objectives for some content areas, and then I ask you to propose one from your own class. So spend a few minutes doing that. I'd like to have some volunteers share. Ooh, getting wild, getting wild. You can do it. It's not marked. Come on, shy teachers. You can do it. You can do it. So I will turn off the mic again, circulate, eavesdrop, and do some surveillance.
With Ken's help, do each subject area, come up with some goals, do the 4 domains, have like the idea of maybe it's going to take forever, but we do like 890 a semester. Yeah. So it's just the logistics of how to do it all with 5 different teachers.
Google Sheets.
Pardon?
Google Sheets. Do it as a spreadsheet with a tab for every area, and then have them all pop in, and people can do it collaboratively at different times.
And I was hoping that we could even do like a drop-down menu so teachers could just choose the ones, right? And then it would just be done. I have lunch.
Yes. Do we get this slide to save in our phone?
Yeah.
Good idea.
Oh, thank you.
They're in there as a PDF.
So that's their 2020 calendar now.
Oh, yeah.
We're back.
Yeah. And then like way to
I think we're good, thank you.
Good. Room's good still?
I think so.
It is a little climatically challenged.
It is.
Up and down,
It is.
up and down.
It is.
That's the way it is. This is an old, I mean, you can tell it's old school community. That's the problem since it was built, especially in the winter.
Well, it's understandable.
And we got a nice winter day today.
That we did. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Now, just through, again, my additional surveillance, I don't know if everybody completed all of the language objectives, and that's fine, because what I did here was lots of discussion around the objectives and recognition that many content objectives have lots of hidden expectations in terms of language skills, lesson behaviors, and that many of you saw an opportunity to use the language objectives to help clarify what was going on in the lesson. And that is an important realization. I would like to have folks share, just because you've heard a lot from me. It'd be nice if you all could speak up every now and then. Anybody willing to share some? I have the Oprah mic. You want to share some objectives that you came up with? Are all teachers going to be shy students? I'm really good with wait time. All right, to the front. Oh yeah, because
Of course she does.
And I have to sort of stand near you so the folks in Brandon can hear you, because I have another mic just for them.
Okay, can I skip to the last one?
Sure, why not?
So for the write a persuasive letter to school administrators asking for an extended lunch period, we thought a language objective that we can work that into is presenting the key points of the letter and answering questions about that request.
Absolutely.
And that would fall into the language skills and language function.
Absolutely.
Objectives.
Yeah, all valid, because guess what? There are no wrong answers right now. That's another reason why you should all be willing to volunteer ideas for the language objectives. Nothing is wrong. It is your interpretation of what could work here. Both valid suggestions. Thank you. Another volunteer. Or I'll just drop the mic on a table and run. I'm going to mic drop. I'm going to mic drop.
For us, we went off on a bit of a tangent in talking about how this really brought forth how we need to know your student and their background and needs.
Mm-hmm.
So is it new information they're learning, or is it vocabulary they know for tasks that they're familiar with, and this is the next step?
Precisely. Yeah, well, which is a really nice observation to be making. I'm triple making now at this point. No, and sometimes it's knowing their background and what they're bringing with them, but where that you can build from the background and using it as a strengths orientation rather than a deficit. All right, I'm going to do one more mic drop, and I'm coming all the way to the back because I don't always get to come to the back. So folks in the back, I'm going to drop the mic here. Oh, nose goes, nose goes. Oh.
Wow. Okay. Hi, everybody. Okay, we've been well and told. Okay, so we were just discussing sometimes when people want to communicate, they want to use simplified, vocabulary. So we focused on verbs. I want, I need. What's the other one? I think. And then that way they can communicate with the administrator if they want to do an extended lunch hour.
That's great. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, and note some of the students, depending on where they're at culturally, do struggle with statements that begin with I think or I believe, because that has not been a part of their schooling experience to have that layer of personalization into the classroom experience. So many students sometimes have to be explicitly told or given permission to share their perspective because they may be coming from a schooling tradition where that has not been an expectation whatsoever. All right, so at this point in time, you're consolidating because we've done a lot around this question of setting reasonable expectations. We've been at this exploration before the break. So think about that, talk amongst yourselves. I'll go ahead and move it to the slide where you can share out your ideas and insights from this step, but take a moment to think through all of the different lenses of what we have talked about relating to reasonable expectations. No, it's theirs. It's a large tablet. It's like a surface but blown up. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what you're trying to do. So this is my question. How do we get...
to type up a response, please move in that direction for your table. Heard lots of good discussion. Oh, sorry, me being a klutz. Yeah. One per table's fine. Oh, now everybody's really quiet. So, yeah. Spend a minute or two finishing, typing up a response for the table, then we'll share out. And then we'll do just like a 30-second stand up at your spot and stretch to get some energy going, and then we are heading towards lunch quickly.
It's good to have that. Your turn. Okay.
This was an important observation to share. The younger students all have similar literacy needs no matter what their native language is. Classrooms are designed to teach the language skills explicitly in early years classrooms. The gaps get much wider as the kids get older, and the classrooms are not teaching literacy skills explicitly. And that's really true after about grade 4 when we start to go into that reading to learn mode rather than the learning to read mode. But if you stop and think about students in your content classrooms who may be having difficulty, take EAL status out of the equation, chances are these students could benefit from academic language support, period. Many of them are struggling to navigate the content because maybe they are still reading below grade level. Maybe they're having trouble with their written expression. So there is value in starting to tend to these skills more explicitly in the middle years so that those gaps can actually start to get a bit smaller. Another observation that I wanted to share as I scroll up. How crucial significant language objectives are when teaching our EAL learners. Creating our own examples will better help me understand to meet the needs of students in a simplified fashion. I wanted to bring out this quote because I was chatted to one of the tables, and there you are in the middle, who said that they wanted to do this and figure out how to do this for all the teachers at their school. You can do some information sharing, you can do some note comparison. If you're a Google Suite school, you can do, or your Microsoft 365, where you can share and collaborate on spreadsheets. If there is co-planning, some of these objectives can be, developed together. You can kind of, at the start, create some formulaic ones and use them over and over again. You can have, objective starters, just like you would have sentence starters. But you can see how, just in the exercise that we just finished, how often we are taking for granted the embedded language expectations and lesson task expectations. So if we want our students to be successful, we have to be very mindful of what I call transparent teaching. Are we being clear in all of the areas we need to be clear on so that our students can really benefit from what's going on in the classroom? Because at the end of the day, what we're trying to do ultimately is start to promote their autonomy as learners. This is one of the ways that we can do that. So what we're going to get into with learner autonomy, we're going to look at some dimensions of identifying and supporting autonomy of learners in language settings. And we're also going to specifically look at lexile levels as a tool for promoting autonomy with texts. How many of you have familiarity with lexile levels? Okay, some, yeah, it's one of many systems out there for leveling reading. We're going to talk about it. One thing I just want to do an FYI because I forgot to do this at the start. In your folders, may I have the green folded tent card? Oh, it's behind, there we go. Yeah. There is a green tent card. I have created an open access Google Drive that has a PDF of the PowerPoint slides. I took out some that were superfluous, but the core content is in a PDF that's in this. There are other resources that are there electronically. I stuck an article I wrote that might be more for the admin in the room about how to facilitate some dialogues in school communities. And if there are specific requests for resources that aren't there, I can add them later. But you can use this bit.ly address, or you can use the QR code to access that Google Drive to get the resources. Thank you. So I want to talk briefly about the work of Deci and Ryan and their theory of self-determination. When we talk about growth occurring in a classroom, cognitive growth, emotional growth, language growth, any type of growth, for that to occur, 3 conditions need to be satisfied. A learner needs to feel competent. They need to have a sense of relatedness within what the content means and how it's relevant to their life. And they need to be given opportunities to be autonomous. And autonomous isn't always necessarily fully independent, but where they have moments that their voice that matters in what's going on. Sometimes it's as simple as acknowledging the languages that are spoken in your classroom by having, a sign at the entrance to the classroom. In this room, we say hello in all of these different ways. That's one simple way to promote something like autonomy. In Access for Success, we delve into autonomy of language learners very specifically, because especially in the middle years, can we say that hormones are a bit of a challenge? The whole notion of identity is a bit of a challenge. Like when I taught grade 8, I loved grade 8 and I hated grade 8. But what I love about the middle years and working with that age group, they're still kind of young enough where they don't totally dismiss you as adults from the outset, but then they also want to assert their independence in fully weird ways. And so it's this really interesting juxtaposition. I loved it. The These elements of autonomy, these elements help promote autonomy in language learners, and they can, they're very relevant for the middle years because in general they're just trying to be autonomous. So they are, help students need to understand their own strengths, they need to understand their learning needs, they need to understand what is needed to accomplish a task, they need to know what strategies best support their learning, they need to know how to monitor their own learning, and they need to use strategies to develop greater autonomy. Do those descriptions sound like anything we just did? Anything? Worksheet on language, objectives, just putting that out there. Lines up very closely. I'm going to skip this question for right now. And now, because I want to talk first about making thinking visible. It's this notion, again, of transparent teaching. And I had, sorry, I forgot your name. Glennis, who was asking about, do we help our students, encourage our students to think in the target language that they're learning at that particular moment? And yes and no. Some students are ready for that, others aren't. But for students to be ready for that, we have to show them our thinking. We have to show them how we are approaching processes, how we are trying to navigate a circumstance, particularly at the middle years when the students are really trying to come into their own as independent learners. And all of these strategies, these are delineated in Access for Success starting at page 73. These are all strategies that help promote autonomy in the classroom to make the thinking visible. From repeating or rereading words, using background knowledge, self-evaluating, transferring skills, asking for clarification, creating mental links, self-monitoring, paying attention, using graphic organizers, asking questions. All of these elements, if we use them in our instruction, are helping, and we make that visible to students, will help support their autonomy. So with this table in mind, talk at your tables. What are you already doing in your class to help students be autonomous? You may not have realized that if you are doing a think aloud or talking about these strategies, that it's promoting learner autonomy or supporting language development. Now you have a moment. Talk about how you're using them. Share some examples. Share and compare. That worked. Did that catch? Okay. All right. I wanted to have this moment of reflection and discussion because often we don't always recognize what we have been doing that actually is lined up with the research that supports effective practice for language learners. So if you're embedding this into your instruction, if you're doing these strategies to make thinking visible, you are on the path to supporting autonomy in your classroom, and you are promoting it in different ways. The old standby instructional design structure of I do, we do, you do, which is very common, and we see, in the early years in particular. Every now and then, throwing it into what goes on in the middle years, and even at the secondary level, will help your English learners. Because remember, some of these students are learning school. They're not just learning English, they are learning school, they are learning content. So we have to sometimes break it down a little bit more explicitly. We might have to show those steps a little bit more transparently to them. I'm not saying do it every single day, because as an instructional method, it can lose some students quickly. But at moments where you feel like the scaffolding is super critical for the arc of the instruction, it's worth your time to do the I do, we do, you do. I'm going to skip and start to move on to Lexile levels. And yet now I find myself quite cold. I was hot and now I am cold. So just an observation to commiserate with all of you right now. All right, so Lexile levels. Some of you expressed some familiarity with it. Those of you who did probably are coming from either EAL world or language arts world. Lexile levels, it is a proprietary research-based mechanism for identifying the reading level of a particular text. And there's, you can go to lexile.com, that is the group, and you will see lots, and it really is lots of good research about how they developed their system. But I'm going to just provide a brief overview of what it is. It is a calculation to determine the difficulty of a text looking at two factors, word frequency and then sentence structure and length. When a lot of common assessments, commercial assessments, are embedding tests of students' reading levels within them to determine, oh, the student, they're at Lexile 600, or the student is at the F reader, or something of that effect. It is often easy to stumble into Lexile levels. That's the best way to get an accurate measure. The Lexile scale goes up to 1700, I believe, 1660, in increments of 5. But I have found that trial and error works in a pinch. It's a highly scientific method of putting in front of students texts of different levels to see how easily they can understand. Now, just a quick tangent. How many of you know how to test the readability of a text? Oh, and you're like, oh, I didn't know I could do that. Okay, so you all have I'm sure heard the word close, like a closed text, Well, it's also a strategy for testing readings, and there are different ways to do it. But you need about a 250 word sample to work with. And you can count off every 7th word or every 9th word, but just be consistent and circle that word. After you go through all of those words and identify what they are, eliminate the articles, the conjunctions, the common everyday words, and then look at what's left. And if you think your EAL students know 90 to 95% of those words, that text is readable for them. If they are English L1 students, they need to know about 80% of those words for it to be readable for them. So if you can't figure out what a text reading level is, that is a quick way to test it. But at the Lexile site, they also have a free tool where you can cut and paste a text into it, and they will generate the Lexile level for you. But sometimes you can't cut and paste because it's a print text, in this textbook, and you just gently pencil it and you make your list and do all of that. But sometimes we misjudge the reading level of a text, and trial and error, still good. So here is the Lexile scale, and you see that there is such a thing as 0 Lexile, but it really doesn't start to register until about 200, and then 1200-ish you will see for the framework. And what they are looking to students on the same developmental scale. Now, this is developed and based in the US. We actually have a Spanish version of the Lexile levels as well. So if you are working with Spanish-speaking EAL students, you can use the Lexile materials in Spanish. And then you can see how the text measure works and the reader measure works and their forecasted comprehension rate. So if the text is at 1,000 Lexile and the reader is on an individual level of 1,500, they're going to get 96% of that text pretty easily. But if they're at 500 Lexile, they're going to get 25% of the text. That's what they call the forecasted comprehension. According to the research behind the scales, students learn best from a text when the text is from 100 Lexile below to 50 Lexile above their reported Lexile measure. They call it the sweet spot. In grade 6, our typical Lexile range in terms of where most students need to be or are expected to be are from the range of 925 to 1010 Lexile. And remember, they go in 5-level increments. The level 1, level 2 EAL likely Lexile range, 0 to 440. So we already see the gap right away of where we are at. You live that gap every day. But this trying to help show you a little bit more concretely. So where we are going to end before lunch is the start of an examination from some articles that are in your folder. How many of you have ever heard of the website Newsella? Yeah. Those of you who knows it, Newsella should love Newsella. Those of you who haven't should spend some time with it. I'll just bring it up very quickly. So it's newsella.com. See if it's going to let me in. Oh, let's see. Or if it'll just let me here. Can I poke around? Of course, it's two-step verification. I love it and hate it at the same time.
How much longer do you have?
Just about 5-7 minutes. We're going to be ready to break at noon.
Okay.
Does that work?
The food is
ready?
Yeah, it's ready.
Okay. All right.
Is it possible? It's okay for this weekend.
I will finish this. All right. So I just called in quickly to the Newsella site, and it is a group that will it will adapt news articles. I don't need the tour. I know Newsella quite well. You can create assignments for articles, but they build in text Lexile levels here. And you can just drop down. And they change the article to a different Lexile level immediately. So you can have 5 versions of the same article. And in some circumstances, they've translated it to Spanish, because this is, again, based in the US, also at 5 Lexile levels. So it is a great way to get quick access to current events across a variety of topics. We're going to do some work with an article from Newsella on sea turtles and climate change this afternoon. And on that note, I'm leaving that as a cliffhanger because Tracy's told me that lunch is really ready and I need to be quiet now. So.
Really, I just want to know.
Okay, lunch is ready. We have 3 different stations set up. So if you are gluten-free, dairy-free, your lunch is at the back. If you are vegetarian, your lunch is at the back. For everyone else, the lunch is in the hallway. So if you could, for those who are having the regular lunch, do not have dietary restrictions, if you could line up at this door, and then we'll have 2 lines. That's the outdoor, that'll be the indoor.
back. Is that on? It's on. Hi again, everyone. Five, 4, 3, 2. Welcome back. How's everyone's lasagna coma? Yeah. Yeah. It was really yummy lasagna, no doubt. And now I'm like, oh man, at 1:30 everybody's just gonna fall asleep with their eyes open. Yeah. So it's all good. I'll still try to keep things going at a good pace for us for this morning. I appreciate the feedback I had over lunch about how things were unfolding for the session. I'm going to just do a little bit of rearranging with how the rest of this step unfolds to tie into the next step because it kind of awkwardly ended. But you know, it's what we do as teachers. We adapt, we adjust, we move on, and off we go. I am aiming to be finished 3-ish. 3-ish. Oh, the most exciting thing everybody heard all day. Yay! When is this over? Yeah, that's always reassuring to have as a presenter to know that you're most excited about when it's ending. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I know, it's Friday. It's the first week back from break. Y'all, I get it. I get it. So, I think because of the carbs, because it's Friday afternoon and you now are moving into like my 8th period class of the day, we'll do a couple of small stretch breaks to get us to the end. There's still going to be some group time and inquiry time, and we're going to resume with our sea turtles. Okay, so what is on the screen now is an article from Newsella that was published in November. In your packets, in your folders, there is maybe 2 packets or 1 packet that is, and it's on the right-hand side of your folder. At the back of it, the Newsella articles. It might be 1, might be 2. But what this packet is actually all 5 versions of the sea turtle article. So feel free to rip this packet apart and pass the articles out at your table. Because one of the things I appreciate about Newsella, if you haven't been familiar with it, is that you can see same content 5 different ways and how reading level, what Lexile level differences really look like side by side. So that's what I'd like you to do for just a few minutes, is to look at these different versions of the sea turtle articles. What do you observe about how the Lexile levels are different? What is common content across all 5 articles? Okay, that's your key question. What is common content across all 5 articles? No, not yet. In Spanish, because it's a U.S.-based site. But Pearson's at work on something similar. Because Pearson, yeah. nothing. In the U.S., because of the way copyright law is written, anything for educational use is pretty much exempt.
Oh, we're different.
Yeah.
But still, with the free subscription.
Yes, exactly. You can just sign right in. I mean, the pay version of Newsela gets you the ability to assign quizzes to your students and keep their marks in a gradebook system that they have.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You have level 1.
I love it. Yeah, I spent, yeah. No, well, the crew in Brandon will still hear me. I hate turning off their mic. But the pay version of it essentially gets you just the ability to assign quizzes to your students and keep track of the marks. But you can just get so many articles. I mean, you can get the articles for free and do so much with it. And for me, once I've been using the site now for 3 years, but it helps me better understand how could I quickly adapt a text I already have to make it a bit more accessible for a student whose reading level is a bit lower. Oh, absolutely. Right. Right, and you know, you really have to look at the article to see how different they are. No, it's brilliant. This is for next.
Oh, okay.
Next. We're usually when you log in, it automatically puts it at whatever their max level is, and that max is like at the top of the scale, which is like 1,800 to 2,000.
So this is the max?
No, max is max at what was. Max is what it was written at originally. So
if I want, so this is the lowest that I can choose.
Yes. Which is, about a level 3 EAL student is 610. So.
Are you talking stage
Like
1
levels
to 4?
Yes, this is how they're organized here in Manitoba. Yes.
Just making sure we're talking the same.
Yeah, level, stage, whatever it is, but 610 is about 3, stage 3.
I just lay there and let the
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We use Newsela, so that's why we're not.
It's all good. So you're reading one of my articles instead, I see.
When you change like the basic content of the article, different articles. But like you can tell sometimes
stop your exploration for the moment. What is some universal content across all 5 articles? Sea turtles. Yeah, we can agree sea turtles. Universal content. What else? Climate, temperature, sex differences in turtles, how the sex of turtles is determined. Did anybody know that?
No.
Yeah, it was fun fact to know and share. Yeah.
How they are trying to remedy the problem.
How they're trying to address the problem. So all 5 articles work with those core ideas: sea turtles, temperature change, climate change, sex determination, and then proposed solutions. And hopefully your table saw, it's kind of hard to see the differences in the articles just from at a glance, because everybody gets the same image to work with. You know, if there are other supporting images, they're thrown in, but you really have to be looking at different versions of the article to see the difference. Now 660L, that is our stage 3 EAL learner here in Manitoba. So it's still higher than our level 1, level 2. But you can say is, well, level 1, level 2, sea turtle, temperature, change. Like those 3 words, that core content is still something you can use with the students. You can give them the 660L text, but highlight sea turtle, temperature, and the word change, and use that as your anchor text for those students. So I'm going to switch the screens to go back over to the Nearpod piece. We're going to come back to this Newsella text. It has all sorts of interesting articles. It has ones that have a civics and history bend. Of course, it's the U.S. lens, but there are still articles that I think would work here in Canada quite well. So I'm going to jump ahead a couple of slides because I'm going to smush this into, oh, come on, there we go. You're going to, so we're going to transition to more in-lesson supports for language learners. This is part of that. The Newsella article is the start of that. We're going to look specifically at universal language actions. As you all were exploring Newsella, I was coming around to your table and I plunked down a sheet that are it says the universal language actions at a glance. The universal language actions are in Access for Success. So if you have that book, we're dealing with chapters 5, 6, 7, and 8. But this is the at a glance list. And then we're also going to look more closely at differentiation as a way to support our EAL students and others in the classroom. So we're going to begin by looking at the universal language actions. So take a moment at your tables, review this list. If you have Access for Success and want to flip through those chapters, feel free to do so. Take a look at them. What stands out to you? What questions do you have? What do you notice about what they're trying to do? And we'll move on in just a moment. As you're reviewing the list, you might want to put a tick next to some of the actions that we have talked about or otherwise emphasized in our inquiries so far. If you're not sure what a discourse marker is under Action 3.3, that's something like A discourse marker is a specific word that will cue you to a certain function or structure, like first, next, then. Those are discourse markers when you're trying to set up the sequencing. Okay. So if you'll indulge me for a few minutes, I'm going to give you a little bit of the backstory of the universal language actions. This quote is from Access for Success, where we propose our definition of what they are. They are gestures, procedures, and operations that help create the most favorable and accessible environment in which to learn a language. They facilitate access to the curriculum in the target language and are specially designed to support language learners. They are fluid, flexible, and they are adaptable. So in 2012-2013, I had the privilege of being a Fulbright Scholar at the Second Language Research Institute of Canada at the University of New Brunswick. And in that year, the province of New Brunswick released a report, 232 pages in length, called Strengthening Inclusion, Strengthening Schools. Now, you may know New Brunswick is the only bilingual province of this country. So you would think, as such, bilingualism, second language learning would be something that might be considered in such an important document. Three sentences. That was it. So you can imagine that those of us in second language ed were a little bit taken aback by the fact that we were omitted from such an important document. And that, in short, spawned a multi-year research project that had the support of the Department of Early Childhood Education and Development in New Brunswick, and allowed myself and René Bourgoin to work with teachers across the province in FSL, EAL, French first language, English first language settings to get at the question of what does it mean to be inclusive in a language learning environment. And it gave us the opportunity to put together and pull together research from the existing corpus of second language practice, to look at issues that we knew about first and second language literacy, to try to hone in on this idea of what should be part of inclusive practice in second language classrooms. And that's how the universal language actions came about. The reason they ended up being called the universal language actions was that when this report was released in New Brunswick, they happened to release at the same time a list of what they called universal supports that all students should have access to without something like an IEP, ISP, whatever, the official special ed document. They said this should be a guaranteed part of all students' experience under the idea of universal design. Well, they weren't very universal, because they didn't take into account what was going on for a language development perspective. So that's what Renee and I were trying to do with the project, was to put out in small terms for the province something that was replicable to the second language community. And then it kind of spawned a book. So that's how we ended up where we ended up. We have this list, but over 4 chapters in Access for Success, we go into great detail about each of these actions. We show what it looked like in the classroom. We gave an example of the resources teachers used to implement it. There are reflection tools. There are scenarios that show how it unfolds. The universal language actions are designed to be proactive. They are designed to be anchored to best practice in second language learning, and they are aligned with the strength and growth orientation. Rather than looking at the students through the lens of what are they challenged by, what are their difficulties, How do we make sure we are building from student strengths to take them into the next level? As you see from the sheet, we divided them into 4 areas: comprehension, production, attention concentration, and acquiring and developing vocabulary. Comprehension precedes production. That's why we put them in that order. But we know that attention and concentration and acquiring and developing vocabulary have to be ongoing processes as well. We have found through our research with the teachers, I mean, we worked with teachers in French immersion, we worked with teachers in intensive French, we worked with teachers, you know, the group I mentioned at the beginning, my late adolescent refugee newcomers. We found that these worked best when they were consistently a part of a pedagogy. It's not a pick and choose, you know, checklist, you know, making sure that I'm just going to do 1 or 2 of them at a time. The more you incorporate it into instruction, the better. Think of what is good for all rather than what is good for one. They aren't accommodations. These are practices that are better for all students. So there's the fancy way. The next exploration I want to get into relates to differentiation, which in my experience as an educator has been one of the most misunderstood, misused concepts out there. So I'm a real stickler for how differentiation gets interpreted and applied, because it's a word that gets thrown around sometimes synonymously with another word that I'll reveal later that is really not what it's meant to be. So to get this conversation started, you have a differentiated activity option. Okay? In your folders, you will need the Is It Differentiation envelope, and then there is a worksheet of the same name. It is the same content. You can either choose to do it with the envelope, or you can choose to take the activity sheet and do it individually if you so choose. As the green envelope, it is meant to be a group activity. As the worksheet, it is meant to be a solo activity. But essentially what you are doing is determining, is this an example of differentiation?
Strengthening schools?
Yep, that's it.
So in there, there's a list of universal practices.
No, they weren't in there. That's why we came up with the whole project, because second language was not into account.
question was.
We're saying this is for one student, or it's an option for everybody?
Everybody is doing it.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing it. That is what is happening in the classroom, is that. Are you sure?
And whether or not they even
Yeah, that's why I'm like, is it really differentiating instruction?
Can I ask you just an off-the-cuff question?
Sure.
I'm a French immersion administrator, and I'm wondering if everything that we're talking about
It's a word that got thrown into for teachers, and everybody thinks it's a self-evident term. And then it's created all these different interpretations that then in execution that actually perpetuated some inequities. So we'll talk.
I did read the document at one point.
Yeah, at one point.
Successful all over. I have a copy of it still. Dust.
Yeah. It's holding up a table that lost its balance. then we'll take a look at the answers. And then folks can throw things at me. All right. So I'm not sure if it's a reflection of the fact it's Friday afternoon, it's Friday afternoon of a PD where they fed you lasagna at lunch. But you all seem to be full of a lot of doubt and question about what was differentiation. I mean, I walked around, folks had the books open, they were like looking at trying to find what I said, where I said it in the book, or they have their phones out and they're reading definitions to each other. So mission accomplished. But it's good. This is one of the terms I was telling the front table. It got thrown out into the educational lexicon and everybody just assumed it was immediately identifiable as to what it was. And it's led to a lot of different interpretations. And it actually has helped perpetuate, unfortunately, some inequities. So here is the answer key-ish. I made a distinction between what is deep differentiation versus what is limited differentiation versus what is just generally good teaching techniques. So I'll give you a moment to compare notes, compare answers.
Some variety. You're appalled. Perplexed with this one.
Yeah.
As to why that's light?
As to why it's limited. Because we're saying if it was students write about what they did over the weekend, then they would have the option of what they could write.
Right. It's more of the content that ends up being, even though it's what they did over the weekend, there's going to be variation linguistically as to what they're writing.
Okay.
So, and I'll talk about that.
It's about the interest.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. Great question.
And then we're also discussing the difference between differentiation and adaptation.
Okay. All right. So, as we go through the rest of this exploration on differentiation, this will hopefully have greater clarity behind it. If you have further questions, you can certainly take them up with me. I'll happily chat further about this. So here on the slide, again, this is coming out of Access for Success. There are listed here types of differentiation. And differentiation by process, product, and content are what we call the classic types of differentiation. What students create at the end, what they focus on, or how they execute the task. Those are the three typical pillars of differentiation. What changes. In my first book, Languages for All, I put forth that for language learning context, we have a fourth dimension that needs a lot of consideration, and that is linguistic complexity, and how we vary the language we use with our language learners in response to where they are at with their proficiency. You know, for some languages like this, especially because, you know, initially I'm an FSL person. I'm an FSL teacher. I got into EAL because south of the 49th parallel, nobody cares that I speak French. So my knowledge of second language was more relevant to folks when I was coming with our EAL population. But the linguistic complexity piece, you know, we have cognates, you know, in French-English relationships, and how, you know, if you're using a cognate-rich text versus a cognate-poor text, how that is a different experience. We saw this with the Lexile levels with Newsella. You know, linguistic complexity is something that we can differentiate by. So this earlier question about, you know, the short story about what they did over the weekend and why I shaded that as sort of differentiation, it's because students on their own, there's probably going to be an element of their own self-selected differentiation by linguistic complexity. They're going to be writing a text that's at their level of language, their level of familiarity, their level of content. But it's not necessarily something that the teacher is forcing to have happen. It's just kind of going to be a natural consequence. So specific, like when we're looking at the methodological definition of what differentiation is, it is captured by this visual. Distinct and varied paths to learning goals that account for student needs, interests, or readiness. Needs, interests, or readiness. Differentiation is not about making discrete adjustments or supports for an individual student. That's an accommodation. And what happened when differentiation first started being used is that everybody thought it was a nicer way of saying accommodation. Because accommodation as a term has a stigma about it because of its attachment to special ed. So when differentiation first started being used, everybody glommed onto the word different, thinking that, well, I'm just going to do different things to help this particular student. Not recognizing that when differentiation was brought out as an instructional approach, it was actually as an instructional approach. It was a global look at how you have different needs in a classroom and how you make different paths to support those needs towards the same goal. You know, as I explained it in my methods courses, I mean, sadly, it doesn't work now as well in Canada for an explanation because Target closed. But because, you know, the university where I teach is 20 minutes from a Target. So I have all of my students think of, you know, the location of Target in relation to campus, and then I make them individually write down how they get to Target. And then I have them compare. And I said, okay, now we have our example of differentiation. Different paths to the same point. So accommodation, I had a question from over here. Adaptation as a term pedagogically is an umbrella that includes accommodation and modification. Accommodations are changes to teaching practices. Modifications are changes to expectations of students, like the grade level expectations. Accommodations deal with how teachers present information or students present information. Modifications deal with what's in a curricular document. Differentiation, by providing different paths for students, you can be said to be accommodating, but that's about how the relationship works. They aren't synonymous. All right. At this point, I want you to have a little bit of opportunity to play around with this idea of differentiation, because in your folder you'll find a blank white envelope and 2 pages of pictures related to sea turtles. Yes. They're in color. So the sea turtle pictures are on the left-hand side at the back. And the white envelope, I think, was stuck in the green card. What I'd like you to do at this point in time with your table is to propose a differentiated activity you could use in your class to support this inquiry into sea turtles and climate change. Now you can imagine, you can be in, you know, Edutopia, as I like to call it, and pretend you have multiple copies of that if you'd like. I gave you an envelope because I like to do, as you've noticed, these activities where I put the directions on the back, you pull something out and you do something with it. But if you have another idea for the activity, please feel free to do it. But right now, your task is to create a quick little differentiated activity that you could use in your class to support an inquiry about sea turtles and climate change. Some of the pictures may or may not be relevant specifically to sea turtles and climate change, but they're there as discussion points. So talk amongst yourselves, and folks will be expected to share. And after that, we will take a stretch break to get the lasagna moving through your system.
Just trying to get the back looking again. I don't know why it kicked down.
Oh, well. No, wait, are we bringing this? We're bringing the silly putty and the pipe cleaners into this? Oh, fantastic! Oh.
Realistic?
Very nicely done.
Yeah.
All right, we'll call it the lasagna inspiration. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
No, give the.
And then we just do the
Looks like you sold a few.
Actually, nice, yeah.
Good deal.
Like using the lyrics of
Did you hear the round of applause you got when you said 3-ish?
Yeah, I know, I know.
Yeah.
Are we going to have access to this PowerPoint?
I have, that's what I put in, those are the slots.
That's not this one. That's not what you're doing.
No,
today.
but it should be, it should be in the same folder.
Okay, because I maybe,
let's see what.
I was trying to get your definition because I wasn't clicking fast enough. But.
Yeah, let's see. Let's go back to the.
We should be able to.
Yeah, it's yes. Everybody has access. It's in that folder, it's 2 slides to the page. So it's a and if for some reason, I checked before I left the hotel. If that's not there, let me know and I'll re-upload.
Here I don't get everything I would get normally on that.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, it's a lot. So I wanted to make sure that folks had access to materials. That language and content objective activity is also in there as a PDF because I wanted teachers to have that electronically as well.
This one here?
Yes, open that folder, and then that is EAL 2020 for sharing. And that's the file. It's a large file. There you go.
I'm not even going to try to get it on my phone, but I'll get it back to you.
Oh yeah, no worries. Oh, there we go. I was like, why is my mic not working? It's facing down. 2, 1. All right. I'm going to engage in some voluntellingism based on some observations I have had of different tables. I'm going to drop the mic here. You brought it on yourselves. Just saying. So, somebody explain what's going on here with they've cut up the images. There's silly putty that has been shaped into the form of a sea turtle. Pipe cleaners are being used to show migration. So they got full tilt. So somebody needs to explain what's going on. Teachers are so shy as students.
Yes. Okay. I'm not totally sure everything here, but there was lots of different ideas talked about. There was some work with Play-Doh to construct the sea turtle. There was work with the pipe cleaners to show possible changes in the migration route because, or using the pipe cleaners to show the migration route around those continents, but also possible changes to the migration route due to hotter water. We thought mathematicians the mathematicians among us could spend time interpreting and really studying this graph and speaking to that. Some people could choose to speak to pictures. The life cycle could be acted out or done in a dance form or acted out in some way. There's some talk about pollution there was a picture about pollution and to talk about maybe what kinds of things we can do to help sea turtles and to realize pollution's effect on the heating of the waters and how it's affecting the sea turtles. What else? Anything else? Habitat loss. Habitat loss due to environmental impact. Those are some of the things.
Great, thank you. So really, you integrate different topics within our larger topics. So some specialties, and we'll definitely cover many of the topics. Another table that I'm volunteering, because I saw them right on an envelope.
I think the person who spoke before me spoke for all of us. Well, I guess the overall assignment obviously is to demonstrate your learning on the link between sea turtles and climate change. And if we were doing an envelope activity, we thought they could add their own caption to the pictures in the envelope to show their understanding, whether it's oral, written, or acted out. Maybe sequence the pictures in the envelope, similar to what they said about maybe the life cycle. And that's all we got so far.
That's great, thank you. With the difference, why am I triple miking again? I don't know. Yeah, I know. With the envelopes and the fact that, not everybody has to get the same envelope contents. For the activities that I've done with you today, everybody's had the same envelope contents to work with. But you can have the same envelope directions, but different pictures therein. And folks can work with different images to cue different vocabulary as a way to get them maybe working with words they haven't had a lot of familiarity with or words that they've had a lot of familiarity with. One more table from the back. I haven't heard from this crew. Not me.
Talk about the eggs.
I was going to do an emerging from my egg interpretive dance. It's a little late today.
No, it's not. It's that time of day.
We were actually got off of the envelope thing. We said with a topic like this, there's just so much content you could use, whether it's watching, listening, reading. Like it's so easily accessible, especially kids can even find it. Like I'm high school, they can find it on their own.
Absolutely.
So instead of saying, like in high school we do this all the time, it's like, what do you understand about sea turtles and writing? What do you understand about Canadian government and writing? We attach writing onto everything, right? So we never actually get a pure understanding of what a kid knows about science. It's always science plus writing.
Right.
So we said the content here is, not every topic or subject is going to have easily accessible content, but sea turtles, if you throw it into Google right now, you'll get 1,000 links that kids could work their way through.
Yeah, very true. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I like to also work with the Newsella texts is that they do deliberately pick topics that have lots of other ancillary, like you can find other resources on those topics online for Newsella. Let's see, I gotta wake my screen back up over here. But you know what? I promised you a break after we share those activities because we need to get the lasagna moving through your system. So let's do about a 7-minute stretch break. Yeah, and then we will come back. There we go. seconds. 20 seconds, 20 seconds. As folks come back, I have put our now you're really the last class of the day. Oh, so much. The last class on a Friday afternoon, everybody wants out. It's all good. It's all good. So as folks transition back, that question you've seen before is once again on the screen for you to stop, consolidate, reflect. Talked about different things related to autonomy. This is reaching back to before lunchtime, lexile levels. We've talked about the differentiation, the universal language actions. So just take a moment to digest this part of the session. Spend some time discussing with your colleagues. It'd be great if an idea could make it into Nearpod, but I also know at this stage of the game, folks are like, I'd just rather talk it out. So that's all right. So spend a couple of minutes consolidating, then we'll go into the last step for the day. And you might be done before 3. Ooh, now everybody's really excited. Again, applause, I know. All right. share out some comments. So the conversation on differentiated instruction was fascinating. We've been engaging in the process for years, but there's still confusion around meaning and purpose. Yeah, it keeps persisting. So I always like to take those moments and say, yeah, this is what's really supposed to be about. That's the last comment I want to share. Let's see. Here's another. This is the need for all teachers to be versed in language learning, inquiry questions to differentiate and promote forward learning, challenging the students' thinking, writing, and understanding through inquiry questions. Good teaching practice with an open mind is essential to differentiation. Understanding the needs and levels of our students. Yes, yes, and yes. And then finally, the last comment I'll share out, but with no true expectation that this occurs, just thought this was fun.
Yes.
I will, I'll let you in on some of the secrets of Nearpod as it works as an app. So if this is something you're interested in as a classroom teacher and you have students who are using mobile devices, I would encourage you to do it through the app, not the browser. Because what everybody did today was access Nearpod through the browser, but if you download the app and then enter the codes there, what it does is tell me if a student dips out. And if they're in the browser, I can't tell if folks are in and out. But it's telling me that theoretically 171 people are logged into this presentation right now. But it's also flashing red, which means that they have dipped out in some way, shape, or form. I mean, it's okay. We have lots of things going on. It's not a judgment call. I'm saying from a classroom management standpoint, if you're intrigued by this, use the app, not the browser, so that way you can monitor the engagement. If you can embed quizzes and other things, and it can send you student scores at the end. You can do self-paced instruction with students. And again, scores and reports can be sent at the end. When I am sometimes traveling for conference presentations or workshops or what have you, my students in my courses, they have to do self-paced Nearpod. I do my lecture as an interactive Nearpod, and then they have to respond and do things and send it in. So that's some really cool features, just as an FYI. And no, they don't pay me. This is just me being my teacher self for it. All right. So we are going to head into our last step, inclusive lesson design. Are we ready?
Yes.
Yes, because this is what stands between us and the end of the day. So, all right, so what I'm going to try to do here is bring together everything we've talked about in the first 4 steps into something, that was weird, that shows how this all works as a lesson arc. Admittedly, this is more of a me show and tell you than some of the interactions we've done until now. But throughout, I want you to stop and talk and look at things that are going on. So we're going to come back to our sea turtles. We're fans of our sea turtles. And so I've set it up. We're going to have this content objective and this language objective. The content, students will explain the relationship between temperature and the sex of sea turtles. In the language objective, students will define the principle of the domino effect. Now, the domino effect isn't something that's explicitly stated in any version of the article, but it's a concept that is actually relevant to what's going on in the grade 6 standards for science in Manitoba, and this idea of how change impacts the diversity of the creatures on Earth. Further, I wanted to bring in what are our middle years EAL goals. This is going to pull in cluster 1.2 that students are going to demonstrate the use of language competence about how they listen and view text, how they speak and represent ideas. It is going to pull in elements of how they read and view and write and represent. It is going to pull in how they are going to use certain sociocultural, sociological elements, specifically use of idiomatic expressions, domino effect being that idiomatic expression. We're going to talk about use of receptive strategies, listening and reading strategies to help with comprehension. And then finally, general learning strategies, specifically metacognitive strategies. Before reading the text broadly, students they can start with a warm-up of comparing and contrasting images of sea turtles and land turtles. As a transition, they might describe what they already know about sea turtles and climate using picture prompts. And then to help with this idea of the concept of the domino effect, do a demo of falling dominoes. These could be done in small groups, these could be done with differentiated envelopes, but we're spending some time at the beginning establishing what our conceptual lenses are going to be, what are going to be some key language tools, and also especially trying to build some confidence and competence with the idea of sea turtle, because at the end of the day, everybody's going to be able to say sea turtle at the end. Now, while they are reading the text, students will access a version that aligns with their language needs, and they will read for details about the 3 changes presented in the text. Now, another layer to throw into this, it's like all of a sudden the mic wakes up. Because Newsela is web-based, you can use for free a Chrome plugin called Read and Write, which if you're familiar with Kurzweil 3000, it's Kurzweil 3000 but attached to a Chrome browser. You can use it for free and it will read the text aloud. It will highlight the text as it is read. So you can have, for students who are your level 1, level 2 students, who you may not be able to give true one-on-one support because of all the other students you're managing, set them up and they can hear the text being read to them. They can see the words being highlighted as they are read. While the students are reading the text, they're going to respond to the assigned questions in the table. And one is draw a sea turtle, draw where a sea turtle lives, which is basically color that whole box blue. How is a sea turtle different from a land turtle? What is climate change? How do temperatures affect whether sea turtles are male or female? What are current temperature trends? How is climate change impacting sea turtles? What are some of the consequences of this shift in the sea turtle population? So it could be that one student's assigned question 1, one's assigned question 2, different combinations. But again, everybody gets the same table, but certain questions to be responsible for. As they then work with each other, or perhaps as they complete the chart, they're provided some sentence frames to help with production. After reading the text, they'll form groups to share and compare notes, recognizing that some students may not capture all answers for the table, but others will. Now, as a classroom teacher working with diverse student populations, one of the things that many of us get concerned with is how students start to compare notes and be like, oh, they're taking the easy path, or that's not fair. I have to do all this work and they don't, and blah, 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 blah. The tone I took, and I taught mostly secondary, was, well, when you go out to eat, do you order the same thing as everyone else? No. Okay, so then why should your classroom experience be the same way? The goal at the end of the meal is to be fed. So how you get there doesn't matter. Sometimes I'm going to tell you what you need to eat. Other times you get a choice of what goes on your plate. But at the end of the day, everybody's tummy is going to be full. So that's what the goal is here. And in the US, in my French classes, I had a lot of kids who failed Spanish before they showed up, because it's the other way. Here they fail French and then go to Spanish kind of deal. It's, in the States, they fail Spanish, come to French. And so a lot of them did not feel to be successful language learners, and many of them were resistant. I said, okay, you can complain all you want, but you were telling me that you had a bad experience before. I'm trying to change up the rules. If you don't like the rule change, well, talk to me in a month. And by then, usually the students, they stuck it out, and then they started to look out for each other. They got where I was coming from, and it didn't become a competitive thing. Extension and assessment. So after they've read the text, after they filled out this chart, what do you have them do with it? Well, coming back to my objectives of explaining the relationship between temperature and the sex of sea turtles, and then our language about defining the principle of the domino effect. Path 1, students will create a visual that shows the domino effect as it relates to the temperatures and sea turtles, and prepare a short explanation, spoken or written, of the visual. Path 2, students will research other domino effects linked to changing temperatures and will compare their findings with those of the article either through a spoken or a written explanation. Path 3, students will review additional text about sea turtles and answer short teacher questions about sea turtles, including some about temperature. Nope, that's out of order. Here's who might end up on Path 1. Students have limited language to express their ideas, or have a good understanding of language but need additional reuse of language to increase comfort communicating these points. This might be for students, say, who have anxiety. More and more student mental health is a consideration in what goes on in the classroom, and instructionally attending to mental health needs is different than instructionally attending to language learning needs. So reason there is, building confidence to get to that competence, to get to that growth. Students who are visual thinkers. For Path 2, we already have, this might be for the students who already knew kind of what was going on with sea turtles or had an understanding of domino effect, or are pretty quick readers and can follow the content. And they like more complex and independent tasks. That's what this would be. And they're ready to do some greater synthesis. And then Path 3, these are our students who might not know a lot about sea turtles, need to expand their work with the language describing the animals and the reptiles and processes, or have difficulty understanding conveying central concepts. Now, admittedly, this path has less about the domino effect. But the domino effect as the language objective is right now secondary to the fact that my content objective is about sea turtles and temperatures. And there's still language, sea turtle, and temperature to work with. All right. Before I keep going, I'm going to stop here and have you talk at your tables. What supports, what structures did you see in this that are pulling in what we've talked about over the course of today to respond to the range of learner needs? What is happening? But then I go back to that donut, and then also talking about how we're making those judgments through the lens of first language, not second language. Make them talk about that topic without the letter E, then they are at the synthesis level. Done and done. Hi, Brandon. For the super features, but you can still use it at a basic level. Yep. Which is all you can. Absolutely. And the pay version is more for students who are having language-related challenges because of processing from a learning disability standpoint. 1 more minute. I can feel the energy building as we get closer to the end. Folks are like, oh, I see 3 o'clock. You're rallying. I like it. So, with your teacher voices, shout out some of the supports and structures I have shared with you so far that are supporting our language learners in this exploration of sea turtles and climate change. What were some of the things you observed? Use of visuals. Sentence frames.
Structuring the lesson.
Structuring the lesson, yeah. Whoa, what organization helps learning? What's up with that? All right, what else? Dice? Choice. I'm like, where did the dice come from? Yeah. Choice, absolutely. The difference about the Newsella text. We have the variation there. Processing time. Font size. Ooh. Spacing. What? Yeah. Oh, yeah. A big fan of the Century Gothic font, as you all probably guessed. We have, of course, differentiation. We've talked about the differentiation, but let's specifically look at how it's applied in the paths. These 3 paths bring in process and content with a dash of linguistic complexity. You know, it's really at these extension tasks where we're going to be really helping the students bring together language and content. The exploration of the text was about building that background, helping them understand what's going on, getting a bigger vocabulary to use, to work with, and now they're going to take that a step further. Remember, these slides are available in the Google Drive that I shared with you for today's session. It's on that green card. You know, if you're not sure where to start, copy and paste. You know, I've given you a structure to work with. Try it out. Play with it. You know, it's like a recipe. Make it your own, but you have some things to work with here. The other piece we didn't really talk about, but is still important, relates to assessment and looking at what the students are doing. You know, as today's been unfolding, I've been observing, I've been doing surveillance, I've been, eavesdropping. You know, I'm a spy. That's what I tell my students all the time. I'm an educational spy when it comes to seeing what's going on in the classroom. So we're back to our 2 objectives that we have here. And in general, if you're trying to get a sense of are students getting something, you only ever need to sample about 25% of your class. So, everybody thinks, oh, I gotta assess all the students all the time to see where they're at, and then everybody's like, there's no way I can keep up. No, just sample 25%. If you have a class of 5, so you just sample 5 or 7, so 20, 25 every 5. You get where I'm going with that. But then on Monday you're looking at this 5. Tuesday you're looking at a different 5. But the idea that everybody gets hung up on this idea that you have to check in with every student at every point, no. 25%. So, and I am a big fan of qualitative assessment. I mean, we are a very numbers-oriented world, no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, when we talk about our students, we talk about them as people, not as numbers. So I like to have assessment tools that help me describe what's going on more than quantify what's going on. Eventually I do have to translate it to numbers. But from a formative standpoint, from a diagnostic standpoint, and even sometimes from a summative standpoint, I like to work with the qualitative. So here are my students: Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, Neville, Draco. And I have my 2 objectives in this little table. It's just something, I threw together in Microsoft Word, nothing fancy. But you see below it, I have a kind of scale where how can they do this objective? Can I put an L if they did it with limited completion, but they can't even do it with support, like they couldn't even give me sea turtle. They can do it, but they had to have support from me. They did it, but they're clearly ready for some additional challenge. Like they breezed through it easily. They didn't encounter difficulty. They could have handled something more complex. And then there's the student who did it and then took it into their own hands to make it something more. And because sometimes the students who take it into their own hands to make it something more are the students we don't always pay attention to into the classroom, because they're like, oh, they got it. I got to work with these kids who are having the difficulty. But it's worthwhile to keep track of, because sometimes that changes. And you can learn really interesting things about your students when you're looking at where they are taking that extra initiative. Because sometimes your EAL students, you will discover hidden skills, hidden talents, hidden funds of knowledge, as they say, because you are looking at them from a qualitative standpoint and you take the numbers of where they are achieving out of the equation. I'm a big fan of words, if you haven't figured that out by now. So on that, yeah, this means you're like right here at the end. So this you could actually approach as a big think, talk, and consolidate of the whole day, not just this step if you wanted to do that, because we are really at that point of the day. Now, so do that. I'll move this into the, open-ended question. This can apply to this particular step on the inclusive lesson design, or it can apply to the whole day, whatever works for you. If as you're packing up, please make sure the little slips of paper get back into the envelopes. I do reuse some of these materials when, I even use these in my courses. So just tidy the folders up, please. But then I'll let you consolidate. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, geez. Are you trying to get out of your work at the end? Is that what this is? Down here at the bottom. There you go.
Check. 1, 2, check. Since Monday, before we all leave, I have a little something on behalf of the Metro EAL group and the people of Brandon, of course, and Jayesh Maniyar from Manitoba Education, who could not be here today, to say thank you to Katie. And I'll just say, when I picked her up at the airport yesterday, I really got the feeling that she's not one of those stuffy academics, right? Look at her. Absolutely. So thank you very much for coming all this way, leaving your 3.5 and 13-month-old sons in the capable hands of your husband. Thank you so much for coming, and please come back.
Now get back to work.
The LSCB. What's the meaning? What is
Going beyond.
Oh,
Going beyond.
So it's just see that.
That's the kind of thing that he can't let go.
Yeah.
He needs to have some kind of...
It's okay. It's all good. I mean, it's codes that I invent that I don't think the students are going to figure out. Because, how often... Limited.
Then additional challenge and complexity required.
Yeah. Can support, C for
Wait, which order is that?
Yeah, I mean...
It's a thing.
So does it go D, or is it D then?
It's whatever you want it to be. It's like you just invent letters if you want to. If you prefer X, Z, F, and Q, go for it. I mean, Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Terrific.
Oh, thank you. I
picked up your book. That's really great.
I appreciate that. Thanks for making the time to be here. I'm so sorry. It's all right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate being here.
Are you leaving today?
Tomorrow morning, first thing. Yeah. Yeah. No. I think I'll go back to the hotel and just sleep. Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend. Thank you for making the space to be here today and doing the work that it took to get you in the room. I know sometimes it's more work to leave your class than to be in your class, so thanks for being here. And good luck with the